so that you can get in, okay? And in the Padlet, what I'm going to ask you to do is something very, very simple. It's a question that you will answer. And that question is, what is your favorite dish? All right. So watch this demonstration so that you can see what to do.
So, what is my favorite dish? I think it is hamburgers and fries. So I will go down to this plus button. I will double click and I will get a sticky note. I will move it wherever I want and I will write hamburger and fries. Yum. And I will leave it there. Let's see who else likes what I like.
So this is what I will ask you to do. And Professor Raimundo, I will ask you to paste the link for Padlet into the chat group as I advance the slide.
Yeah, I did it.
Wonderful. Now, for those of you who would rather just scan a QR code so that they can get in, you can do that as well. But actually, let's just go ahead and use the Padlet link that you have, and I will find you there. And let's see if you can answer what your favorite dish is. So I will go ahead and click on that Padlet link. By now, you should see that I've added a little GIF onto Padlet. And let's see how many of you can go ahead and start answering and get on in. Wonderful. I see that some people have said ceviche. You must be either Peruvian or Ecuadorian. I see a few saying arroz chafa, which might also be Peruvian. Sashimi, wonderful. I see that you've also added some pictures to it, which makes it even better. You can see that when you answer, there are possibilities for adding those pictures. You can also react to other people's responses.
Let me see. Oh.
Great, I see them coming. Wonderful. Wonderful. I see that you're getting in. So this is a wonderful tool. You could even start making a collection of these and put them in categories. So we could even make a category of Peruvian food together and then Italian food and talk about that. You could talk about putting together seafood recipes or seafood dishes that you like. So this is a really nice tool that you can easily put together, and as you can see, easily get in, have your students get in and work with you on that. And there are many different ways that you can use Padlet. You might even want to list some of those ways that you've worked with Padlet on the chat group. Okay, so we've had a little bit of an experience with Padlet, and you will be able to talk later with your colleagues about how you might use it. Now, we are going to learn how to scan a QR code, because later on in this workshop, there will be some QR codes that you can scan. And if it doesn't work out, don't worry about it. You can always get a link off of the chat window for the same exercises. But knowing how to scan a QR code is very helpful, and to also teach your students, because that way you don't have to always put a link up for everything. So here is a brief demonstration about how to use your cell phone if you have it handy. Some of you can go ahead and use your camera from your cell phone to scan a QR code, and others might just need to download a QR reader app for that. So whichever one that you're using, just go ahead and get your cell phone out and let's see if you can try that. Here's first a demonstration for you.
And you're going to go ahead and scan it. See how Flipgrid just came up on there? Then all you have to do is press and you'll get right into Flipgrid.
So this is what we're going to be doing next. We're going to be getting into Flipgrid, which is another wonderful tool that I talked about in the keynote and many people are using now. So here's a chance for you to get started on it. Basically, the teacher puts a prompt up there or a question, and then students get into Flipgrid to give a video response. And then they can actually respond to each other and have a conversation that is asynchronous. So here we go. Once you use the QR reader to scan the code that I will give you in a moment, you'll see the Flipgrid. Or if you still can't get into that because for some reason your QR reader isn't working or your camera isn't working, then just use the link that Professor Raimundo has put in the chat. Once you get in, you'll see something that looks like this, and it'll tell you to record your response. And once again, the question is for you to describe a dish. Don't say what it is, because now we're going to play a little game and I'm going to ask you to describe your dish. And then in response, somebody can say what they guessed. Okay. So then what you do is when you want to click to guess, you would click where it's that second arrow is, you would click on that arrow and respond. All right. Ready? Here we go. Here is the QR code. You can describe your favorite Brazilian dish or your favorite dish in general and see who can guess what it is. Professor Raimundo, you have the link on the chat. Is that correct?
Barbara, we have someone that has to turn off the video because he's changing clothes in the video.
I can stop that for him. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Were you able to put the link to
Yeah, sure.
Flipgrid on there?
Okay. Here it goes.
So once you have scanned the QR code or use the link that Professor Raimundo has put on the chat, then you can get into Flipgrid. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And let's see if you can get in. You should be able to see my response. And see if you can record a response. I'll show you my response and see if you can guess it, and maybe you can even respond.
So my favorite dish has rice, beans that are cooked very soft, nice and creamy. They sometimes have pork or chicken or beef inside. And then a lot of times there are slices of orange served next to them. And I think a powdery substance that I think is called, let me see if I'm pronouncing it right, farofa. What is my dish?
Okay, see if you can guess my dish, if you're in. And also see if you can record your own response. Let's give it a couple of minutes and see who can join us.
Okay. Good tools. Let me see. Just waiting. A good one too. Good one.
Okay, let's see if we can get some responses. So see if you can get on in. The link is up above, or you can, if you scanned it before, you can scan it with your phone. Let's see if we can get a few responses on this Flipgrid. Because the idea here is for you to start using these tools. Let's see here. We might have a few people that have done it. Not yet. I don't think anybody's gotten on yet. You don't necessarily need to install the app. You should be able to go right on in. But maybe you need to install the app, so we can try. We can give you a few minutes to do that. Sure, I can go ahead and show the QR code again. Here it is. Let's see if everyone is downloading it. It seemed that they should have been able to go right in, but maybe they have to download. That's okay. We'll give it a couple of minutes. No problem. We're all learning together. And sometimes we just need to be a little bit patient and we can get on in. So we can certainly take time. Yes, we'll definitely give you a couple of minutes. Great. I'm starting to see that some people have already been able to download it.
Yeah.
That will get you on your way. Download it. Then you know that you can use it again. And I see that some people have already started saying what their guesses are, which is great. But it's better if, and you can write them in the chat room, but see if you can actually record a response on Flipgrid. You get to use Flipgrid. And you can use it with the mobile. You can certainly use it with your cell phone. Let's go ahead and give that a try. Oh, wonderful. We see that Flavio has already answered. Flavio, do you mind if I go ahead and broadcast your response? I think that's great. I'm going to go ahead and do that, okay? Here we go.
My favorite dish is frango com quiabo e angu. It's a very typical dish from Belo Horizonte.
Wonderful. And then you've got that other one there that I did.
So my favorite.
Now, the question will be is if you can go ahead and describe, and then we can guess your dish. Let's see. I see that Josue Miguel has already answered, and he's got breaking news on there, which is great.
My favorite thing has a round yellow thing made of corn, mainly. I have a lot of spicy things, and you can put meat, vegetables, different kind of herbs, and also on the top we use some sauces, and it's very from the traditional Mexican food.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's see who can guess what Josue is describing, and see if you can go ahead and add in the comments what your guess might be. So you can add a comment, and you can do that by joining through Google or Microsoft. That's another way to do it. And now I see that Liana, which I'm very happy to see you, Liana, on here. It's great to see you again. Let's see what you say.
Hello, Barbara. It's Liana. I think your favorite dish is feijoada.
She's absolutely right. So I could go ahead and give a comment to her and tell her that she's absolutely right. It is feijoada. Let's see if we've got anybody else recording. I see that teacher C has already also.
Your favorite dish is feijão tropeiro.
I think that's also feijoada, right? Wonderful. Let's go ahead and put that link in there again. I think some people have just joined. So I'm going to go ahead and put that link in there for you. I believe some people are still downloading.
Can I say?
You can say, you can either do it through the chat, or even better, Silvania, if you can do it through Flipgrid.
What is it? I didn't understand. Sorry.
That's okay. If you go onto the chat, you'll see that there's a link.
Okay, I said on the chat. My favorite dish is feijoada.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and mute you now for a moment. Okay, Silvania?
Okay.
There is another Silvania here.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
This is Silvania from, I was installing the Flipgrid. I could not record in my profile. So I'm going to tell you that my favorite is acarajé here in Bahia.
Wonderful. Acarajé. Oh, yes, I've had a chance to eat that. It's absolutely delicious. Thank you. Thank you for that. See if you can.
Barbara, I know it's not the right moment, but it's very confusing to me because I can hear YouTube at Zoom at the same time, two people talking.
So if you can go ahead and mute your YouTube.
What?
If you are listening to YouTube, just mute the YouTube as you work with Zoom.
I'm working with Zoom, but YouTube is still working. It's still functioning.
You can actually even turn off your YouTube.
I have already done it.
Okay, so then I will go ahead and mute, see if I can mute everyone again, and then they can just listen to me, okay?
Okay.
There we go. I hope that's better for everyone.
Hello,
Okay,
Barbara. It's
wonderful.
Liana. I think your favorite dish is feijoada.
Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back in and we're going to see if anybody else has responded. Well, we've got a few responses, and you might be able to see how to record it. And this is a way that you can have a conversation through Flipgrid. And it looks like some of you might need more time to play with it, and that's certainly okay. Now that you have downloaded the application, I hope that it gives you an opportunity to play with it and see the many different ways that you can use Flipgrid. We're going to go ahead and continue now. We're going to go back to the presentation. And let's see here. Oops. We're going to now start talking about ways that we can plan for classes, both for synchronous and asynchronous learning. I think some people were asking for examples. And so here is one way to plan for online learning. This is a planner. You can get it off of the Padlet that I shared during the keynote. And if you'd like, later on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this presentation available to you as well, so that you can have this planner if you would like. what is a nice way to plan for classes is to have like the one I'm showing you now. And in there, it can show what the week of the learning is, when you will have your virtual classes, like your synchronous classes, where your central platform is, and when your students can email you and ask for an appointment. I put here usually Wednesdays and Fridays, I'm available, and they can ask me for an appointment if they need to speak with me directly. Okay, so this way they know how to reach me and they know where to find the materials and what week we're on. And then what I do is I put the language, the lesson objectives at the very beginning, because this is the focus that we want our students to be learning this week. Some people call these learning targets or language targets and then content targets. Other people call it success criteria. Okay. Be it as it may, these are the targets that we want for our students to learn. And in order to be successful during the week, they need to be able to show that, for example, in this week, if I'm a student, I will be able to show that I can identify the main topics in a conversation. I can describe a restaurant that I visit using adjectives and nouns and complete sentences. And I can compare features of a restaurant using sentence frames with structures like similar to and from. So those are the lesson objectives. And the content target in this case would be that we're talking about restaurant features. Okay. And at the beginning of the week, I'd like to be able to give them something called a learning ticket. And I'll go ahead and click on it here, and then I'll come back to the rest of this in a moment. It forces a copy for the student. And they get something like this, where they can put the day, the week, and their name, and then they can write the same learning targets here, and that will be their entrance ticket. And then throughout the week, they will work on the tasks that are assigned to them. And by Friday, they can write in here and say, this week I learned that I can compare restaurant features. And then, for example, as a student, I can say, I can assess my own learning, and I can say either I didn't get it and I need help, I got some of help, but I need more help, I can get it and I can do it by myself, or I feel so strongly about this that I can even teach it to a friend. And then they can assess themselves whether they tried their best this week or not. So this is a learning ticket that they can take with them throughout the week. What do you think about this ticket? Do you think that you might be able to use this? You can go ahead and write in the chat whether you think this weekly learning ticket is useful for you or not. So we start them off with this as the focus for learning. And then I usually like to give them something to read or listen or view. So that way they're getting the language input, and they're getting it in a whole language sample. So in this case, they're going to be listening to a conversation, and I'll give them the script, and I'll give them a video that they can see or an audio file that they can hear. And then there's some questions for comprehension. And then a matching exercise, again, just to give them sort of a formative assessment.
Hi, folks. How is it going?
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and mute so that, thank you for joining us. We're going to go ahead and mute though, since we're going to continue giving this presentation. And then later on, we will all be put together in different rooms so that you can speak to each other, okay? Great. And then when we get together, we can first work on vocabulary. And Padlet is a really good way to do that. So again, here I've used a Padlet. I'm going to go ahead and click on it so that you can see what that looks like. And then I would ask students to go on in and write the words they know having to do with restaurants. And then we can do a strategy called list group label, where we can put them together by categories, and then we can put the categories on there and we can tap into their background knowledge before we even begin the rest of the week. So that's one way that we can use Padlet. And there are other ideas for using tasks for that synchronous session that I will show you in a moment. And then I will ask them asynchronously. I'll see if I can make the screen a little bit bigger. Let's see if this screen is better for you all. Oop. There we go. Is that better? I hope that's better. Okay. And then I would ask the students to, on their own, asynchronous, I would ask them to describe a restaurant that they enjoy visiting. And then again, they can use Flipgrid for that. Okay. So here they could click on Flipgrid, and here is again the question and the ways that they can respond. And then the next day, which would be Thursday, when we have our virtual class together, I would ask them to compare the features of their restaurant. And as a teacher, I would model how to use a Venn diagram to compare and contrast the features of the restaurant. And then I would put them into breakout rooms so that they can go ahead and talk about the restaurants and compare. And then at the end of the week, then I would ask them to look back at their learning ticket and fill that out again. You've seen that ticket again. Let me go ahead and put it here. That same ticket, that's where they would write what they learned, okay, and assess their learning. And then if they want even more, then I would give them a few more exercises and give them an experience for building a new menu and role playing the restaurant. So this would be the kind of planner that works well for learning digitally with English learners. What do you think about this? Do you think this is useful for you? You can go ahead and respond on the chat if you would like. And is it very similar to what you have used? Or in what ways might you change this to make it better for you? Great. I'm seeing that some of you are writing that it is very useful. And again, this planner is available to you on the digital toolkit that I shared in the keynote. Okay, and then if you can send that out to students ahead of time, they will know what's coming up, and they would know, it'll give them a little more control over their learning. Now, let's say we are back at working on vocabulary for our virtual class on Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and show you what that might look like for the Tuesday synchronous session and the Thursday synchronous session. So here we go. So let's say it's Tuesday, and this will be my lesson plan that I could also share with my students. So I would again review the I can statements to make sure that everybody is focused on what the learning is for the week. And I would give them a short presentation. What's really nice online is to have 2 or 3 slides where you're giving a mini lesson, and then you give them something else to do to interact. So you could give them a Padlet of those restaurant words that we looked at a couple minutes ago. You can play games. You can use the whiteboard and play games there. And then you would bring back, pull back so that you're going to be modeling something else, and you'll be modeling the vocabulary and the sentence frames. And here are some ideas on the right about things that you might do. And then for the fourth part, you would then have students practice with the vocabulary and use the sentence frames. And they can use those in breakout rooms. And you'll see what it's like to be in a breakout room in a moment if you haven't already used them. So that's what we would be doing for that Tuesday synchronous session. And then for the Thursday synchronous session, I would start with playing a game. You can use Kahoot. And that's a fun one. I highly encourage you to learn how to use Kahoot. And the kids will then know that it's important for them to do their asynchronous work so they can be ready for that game on Thursday. And then, as I mentioned before, for topic 2, you would model how to use a graphic organizer. So in this case, I've created, it's not opening up right now at this point, but it's basically 2 circles, and then you show how the restaurants are the same and how they are different on there. And then you model how to work that graphic organizer online with everybody online with you. And then you would put your students into groups. Here we go. And then they would compare the restaurants by the different categories that you would ask them to do. And then they can turn in their group sheets so that you can assess their work. And then as a closure to your synchronous time, you would then have them look again at what's needed for the rest of the week by looking at that planner. So what do you think about this? Do you think this is something that you might be able to use that might help organize learning for you and for your students? Somebody asked for which Common European Framework level this is for. You can adapt it to any of the proficiency levels. And something that I'd like to share with you, I wasn't planning on it, but we might have a little bit of time, is that you could go to Google and use Google Translate for the very beginners. So when you're giving instructions, they can go straight into a translated direction like this one here, where you have the instruction here and you have it translated here. So that's another thing you can do for the very beginning. Okay, so next I'm going to give you a few minutes to get into breakout rooms and give you a chance to talk about your learning. So what I'm going to do in a moment is I'm going to put you in breakout rooms, and I'm going to ask you to talk about how you might use Padlet or Flipgrid for speaking, reading, and writing activities, okay? So here we go. I will put you into breakout rooms. I see we have 62 people. I'm waiting for those breakout rooms to come up. Not sure why that's happening. Let me see if I can stop sharing for a moment. Okay, great. We have 59 participants, and I'm going to put you into 17 rooms. So you'll each have about 4 participants in your room, and you'll have about 5 minutes at this point to talk about your learning and how you might use Flipgrid and Padlet. Are you ready? And then I'll go ahead and bring you back. Go ahead.
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger?
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear.
Hello, everyone. I'm Flávio from Contagem. It's a city nearby Belo Horizonte in Minas Gerais, Brazil. And it's a pleasure to be here with you to talk a little bit about technology and all these things connected to what we can do with the modern things we have around in the days of this crazy pandemic. I've been an English teacher for over 20 years, and for the same time, I've been working with technology and educational technology. Today, we're going to learn a little bit about digital books, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about a way we can deal with that and a way we can work so that we can have our students working um, to create their own digital books. Of course, it's going to be with the guidance of a teacher or of a parent, of course. But mostly what we are going to deal with this afternoon is some basic, very basic things that can have your students having fun, that can make your students have fun, and at the same time that can make you and the parents have fun as well. I'd like to thank Elmara and Jennifer Oler from Relo Brazil and Raimundo from Piauí. All right, thank you very much. So basically, we are going to be working with three tools. We are going to work with Google Forms, we are going to work with Google Slides, and we are going to work with AutoCAD. There is a complement for Google Sheets, all right? Let me share my screen with you so that you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, what we are going to deal with is something that can make us, that can enable us to work with this type of book. This book was created by using the technique that I'm gonna tell you. So let's just see. So this book has around 10 pages, but it doesn't have a limit. You can create books with 5 pages, or you can create books with 200 pages. Once you learn the technique, you are going to be able to do any type of book you want. So this one I created today so that I could show you. And the name is The Girl Who Wanted Superpowers. Once upon a time, there was a kid who was very smart. Malu wanted to have superpowers. But why would a kid want such a thing? Would that be possible? Did Malu want to change pebbles into gold? Did Malu want to grow wings and fly away? Did Malu want to have all chocolate candies? Malu would never tell anybody about that because it was a top secret, and it would only be unveiled on a specific day. Malu promised to unveil the secret on August the 9th. Malu wanted to have superpowers to do something very important. Malu wanted to have superpowers so that it would be possible to travel to New York to eat pizza and to live with a very special person. Then, on that beautiful Sunday morning, Malu called up a very important person. Dad, come up here, please. I want to have superpowers, said Malu. If I had superpowers, life would be much happier. Then Malu said the magical words. Hocus pocus abracadabra simsalabim. I wish I can have my dad Flavio forever with me. Happy Father's Day. I love you, Flavio, from Malu to Flavio. My name is Flavio, Malu is my daughter. This would be some kind of gift from my daughter to me, or from your students to their parents, in this case, to their fathers, for Father's Day. This is a PDF book. As you can see, it has 10 pages. Now let's go to be working with this. The first thing you have to do is you have to create the story you want to be sharing with the others, with the students. So here I have my story, and this story is very, very simple. I create the story, the whole story, and when or where I want to change things, I have to type specific words. For example, the boy or girl who wanted superpowers. In this case, the system is going to substitute this part for the name of the girl, okay? And then, in order to get this thing working, I have to create a Google form. Let's go check it. This is my Google form. Magic powers, Father's Day, and then parents come with their email addresses up here after kid's name and after they have to say if it's a boy or a girl, the father's name. If it's for the Mother's Day, you would be mother's name. And here, specific things so that I can get extra information getting to the book. For example, a city you want to visit or favorite food, and then to repeat the email. When I have all these things together, that means Google Forms will save all these answers into a sheet like this. And as you can see, people have answered too many things. Father's name, the city they want to go to, their favorite food. And here, their father's name come in one column, the city they want to go to in another column, their favorite food in another column. So basically, that is how Google Form works. You have the form or the questions so that people can answer. And here you can see it. Basic Google Form. This Google Form insert the answers into this sheet. And then you have all the information people have sent. And then you have to create a Google slide with the story so that the system is going to be able to collect the answers and insert the answers into the story. Let's see. I created this Google Slides. I chose the picture, I chose the font, I chose the font size, and then, as you can see, where I have first name or primeiro nome in Portuguese is where the system is going to insert the kid's first name. Where I have boy or girl, the system is going to collect the answer you chose for boy or girl and substitute the word boy or girl for the answer. Father's name, it's the same. Let me go to the specific slide. Father's name. Here you have it. Father's name. The story is here. And for example, in this situation here, then primeiro nome or first name, it's going to be substituted by the kid's name. Said the magical words, and then you have the text for the story, and then I wish I can have my father's name. The system is going to substitute this father's name for the kid's father's name. All right? So basically what we have to do is, I'm going to show you by creating a brand new one. You go up in your Google Drive, you click New, you click Google Slides, and once you have your Google Slides, you are just going to get to format this Google slide on the way you want it to be. So let's go to Google and I type background child or children, And then I have all these possibilities. And so let's suppose I get this one. Let's suppose I want to have this one. And I copy it. Right side of the mouse button, copy image. And then I go and paste it. And now I'm going to format it according to the size of the slide. This image is not very good, as you can see. If you are not satisfied with this one, you can get a new one, or you can look for something newer. Let's try this one. Let's substitute it. Okay, this one is much better. So I'm going to get this fulfilling the whole slide. And now it's okay. So basically this is going to be the page of my story. And then I have to insert a text box with the thing I wanted to be substituting. For example, hi, let me make it bigger. Hi, my name is, and then I have to insert this sign twice. And in between it, I'm going to get the answer. First name. And then I have to close this tag. All right, these signs are to open and to close the tag, because the system is going to read it and substitute it for the answer the person has put into the Google form. I live in city. Okay, so the system is going to substitute first name and is going to substitute city. Let me just put them in red so that you can see it clearer. Awesome. And then here you have the first page of your story. If you want to have more pages, you just copy and paste the slides, and then you go changing the text as you wanted it to be. All right, good. So first thing is you create the story and you define each one of the tags. Let me just repeat. Tags will be substituted by the answers parents or children have given you through Google Forms. As you can see, I am supposed to give students two different questions. One question for first name and one question for the city. And then I go and I open new Google Form, more Google Forms. And then it's going to be new book. Oops. New book, okay. And the first question must be the email. Why? Because I want to send it to people. And then the first question is going to be email. I make it mandatory, duplicate it. I go back to the slide and I copy this first name. First name. It's a short answer. And the second is going to be the city. Favorite, oops, city. Okay, now I'm finished. Now, what I have to do is I have to tell the system what the system is supposed to do. The system is a very simple one. I'm just going to close all the other screens I have, and I'm going to introduce you to the system. Good. Then I go to answers, and here you have the icon for the sheet, for Google Sheet. Google Sheet, new book, as you can see it here. Create. And it has created a brand new Google Sheet called New Book. As you can see, there are no answers, but you can see date and time, email, first name, favorite city. All right, now, let me just do something here because it has to be very much the same, has to be similar. Okay, good. Now I go to complements or add-ons, Google add-ons or Google complements. And then you are going to look for autocorrect, okay? Let me just show you. You go to complements and then you go to install complements or install add-ons. It's going to open and then you type in here, autocorrect. In my case, it's already installed, okay? But if it was installed, I would be clicking here and then install it. And once you have installed it, it's going to appear here in complements. All right, autocorrect. And then I go complement, autocorrect, launch. And now I'm going to tell the system is called autocorrect. I'm going to tell autocorrect what I want it to do. So let's go. No more job set up yet. So I have to set up a new job. New job. The new job's name is going to be New Book. Next. And then I have to choose a template. The template is going to be this presentation. So I'm going to name this presentation New Book. Okay. Let me just create a cover here. Let's suppose this is the book title. All right. Now it's much better. Let me just make it bigger. You can adapt it to whatever you want it to be. You can create books, you can create cards, flashcards, and you can even create certificates. Okay, so let me choose the template. I choose from Drive. And then the system is going to look for the template that I already have created. It's here, New Book. So I tell it it's my favorite and select. It takes some time, and if it tags, no problem on that. I forgot to tell you, when you create this, it doesn't allow you to be copying and pasting the tags. So you have to type the tags, otherwise it won't work. First name. Okay, and now if you just copy and paste it, it won't allow you to continue. First name here. City. Now it's supposed to work. I go again, new job, generating new job from Drive. I again choose the model or the template. It's called New Book. It takes some time. Okay, now it's going to work. As you can see, I have selected the New Book. There is this slide. It's Google Slides. Nice. Now I'm going to click Save. And I have to name my job. My job's name is going to be New Book. next. Then I click next. And now I have to tell the system what I want the system to do with the answers. Let's just analyze something. On my Google Sheet, I have these answers like respostas ao formulário 1. That means that's where I want the system to collect the answers from. And so it's supposed to be here. If I have other tabs here, I have to choose the tab where the answers are going to be. I want respostas ao formulário. I don't have to click or to change any of these to header or first data row. I just need this. That means first name. What I want to substitute for first name? I want first name, the question. This is what I have in my Google slide here. And this is what I have in my Google form, okay? So first name, I wanted to change for first name and city for favorite city. And then I click on save. Now, it wants me to set a naming pattern. Okay, naming pattern. This is your new book. I want it to be saved in a PDF file. So I change it from Google Slides to PDF. I don't have to change this one. Next. This is where I want the books to be saved. If I want to change it, I just delete this one and choose another folder over here. So I want it to be saved. Let's suppose, let me just create another one here. New folder, new book. It's going to be here, new book. Okay, so I delete this one. Yes, and I choose another folder, which is going to be new book. Select, it's going to save a new book. Then I click next. Add dynamic folder, I never work with this. This is very important. Set merge conditional. I usually get one unique condition. There is carimbo de data e hora. That means the first column over here. If this column is not null, that means if this column is not empty, the system is going to generate a book. So I write, or I just give it a name, not null, and then next. Do I want to share the document that the system is going to create? Yes. How do I want to share it? As a PDF, I have chosen it before. Allow collaborators to reshare, yes. Send from generic no reply address, yes. And then here, I am going to tell the system the email address I want the system to send the document to. And then I open the tag, I go here, and then I get this on the sheet. As you can see here, it's on the sheet. Email. I copy. Email, and I close the tag. So what I'm telling is, system, mix the answers from Google Form that are in the Google Sheet, and then mix them with the Google Slides model or template, and then send it to this person. Reply. I don't have to reply because I have chosen non-generic address. But if I want to send from my email address, I will be clicking no, and here I will be putting maquinadeideias@gmail.com. Subject, type in. It's the subject of the email, a new book from Máquina de Ideias. And here I can text a message to the person. So I have not created a question with a person's name, so never
algumas
mind.
pessoas precisam reiniciar a página para poder passar. Eu fiz aqui e deu certo. Tá passando sim, mas não tava.
For you. Okay. And then I click next because this is the email. Now I have to tell the system when I want the system to make all this mixing and when the system has to send the email with the book to the people. So if I choose, if I tell the system to run on form trigger, that means anytime a person fills in the form, the person is going to get the email right away, like 2 minutes after. But I also can tell the system to run the trigger or to create the books and send the books once in a while. So I have to tell the system if I want the system to send it automatically when the person fills in the form or when I decided here in 1 hour, every 2 hours, every 3 hours, every 24. You decide. Mostly, I leave it with 1 hour. And here, yes, on form trigger. And then I confirm. It's going to update the project triggers. As you can see, that means when the person fills in the form, the person is going to get the email with the book, with the generated book right away, like in 2 or 3 minutes after. But also, if it doesn't work, people are going to get the books every hour. Every hour, the system is going to read the sheet and is going to create and send the books. And then I see, and then I click save. And that's it. Now my system is completely done and it can be working. But how are people going to be able to fill in this form? I have to send the link, the web link for this form. And then I go here into the view mode and I have this link. So this link is very big. Let's just do something here. I'm going to send you, they're watching, I'm going to send you this link so that you can be testing it with me. Let me just make it shorter. Ebook 2020. Let's see. It's taken. Ebook 2020 Brazil. Okay, that's it. So please, now I want you to access this address, bit.ly/ebook 2020 Brazil. And whenever you fill it, you are going to get your information into this form and you are going to get the books into your emails. And I'm going to be following the thing here because when you fill it in, when you fill the form in, I'm going to get the answers up here. Let's just test it. I'm waiting for you guys and girls. All right. Flávia Paiani, Josué Miguel Fuentes, Drica Santos, Vanessa Gonçalo, Maria Tereza Catherine, Jaqueline de Andrade, Jaqueline, Juliane Andrade, Camila, people from Belo Horizonte, Elinara. As you are doing this, I'm going to do myself a test here so you can follow. So here I have the link. I'm going to answer. And then I'm going to insert my first name and then my favorite city. Oh, which is my favorite city? Boston. Okay, and then I send it. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem. Now I get it. In the form, there is a problem. Let me just get this here. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Just update. Just refresh the page and you're going to get this. And it's going to work, I promise. Because it wasn't supposed to get your emails. Okay. Boston. And then I click in send. Luciana Lousada, thank you very much. Adriana from Contagem, so am I, Adriana. Let me see if people are sending. I've sent mine, and as you can see, my answers are already here. And when I finish sending it, the system creates these codes. That means the system has created and delivered the books. Oh, the link, yes, I can get the link back on the screen. Check if people have answered. Yes, Shilana, Luciana, and Camila. Let me just get your emails here. Okay. Luciana and Camila, the system is running automatically. That means you are supposed to be getting the books on your emails right now. Okay? Okay. As people are doing this, let me just get to the answers. What about attendance? People have answered. Alessandra have answered. The use of technological tools every day becomes more important in our classes. What about workshop one attendance? I'm not sure about this. People are getting in touch with you. Jose Miguel Fuentes and Flavia Payani, can you repeat? Elinara, please be a bit more specific so I can repeat. Could you put the link here? The link is on the screen. We together in WhatsApp. The attendance forms will be available. Oh, yes, good. If you have questions, you can make the questions and I'll be answering them. Let me just get back to the... Oh, yes. So now we have Flavia, Luciana, Camila, Lorena, Márcio, and Elaine. Elaine from Montevideo just got the book right now on her email. And how do I know? Because the system is creating these codes. Whenever the system creates these codes, a tela sumiu, viu? Fábrica. Tá. Se quiser, eu posso compartilhar de novo. Ok. So how do I know that people are getting this, the books? Because the system is creating all these codes. And whenever the system creates codes, that means the system is sending the books. So at the moment, up to now, I've sent a book to a person from whose favorite city is Boston, Rio de Janeiro, Belo Horizonte, Fortaleza, Salvador, Montevideo, Puebla, Teresina, New York, Cusco, and Chicago. Okay? And also, if I go into my Google Drive, I have created that folder called New Book. If I open it, you are going to see that I can see the books people have created. And let me tell you this. Elinara's new book. Hi, my name is Elinara. I live in Chicago. Let's see. Roxana's new book. My name is Roxana. I live in Cusco. Ravena lives in Teresina. Carlos lives in New York. He lives in New York. Ixtasihualt lives in Puebla. Elaine lives in Montevideo. Marcia lives in Salvador. And so you can see all of them. But let me tell you something that is very important. If I were you, I would be creating a whole story. Let me show you. This one here, I created a whole story. And the more pages I want, the bigger the story should be. So in this case here, I created a story and I decided to get up to 2 or 3 lines into each slide. That means people are going to get this into the slide and the system is going to substitute everything there is into the tags. The tags, they are a way, a computing way to tell the system that in each one of them, it has to substitute the tag for one of the answers that were given. Let me just show you my sample. So this is the new book. Lots of people have created their books, but let's go to mine, the other one. This is the new book. Let me show you the other one. Where is it? Where is it? New book. Oh, it's here. Children's book. As you can see, in this one, I have chosen to have 10 pages. And then I have 10 slides. That means each one of the slides is a page. Okay? So if you want to get this one, I'll show you the web link so that you can have this one as well. Let me just send you the web link. New book. Where is it? This one is the Father's Day. I'm going to review everything that I have shown you in a minute, just a minute, and I'm gonna show you. Okay, so the web link for this one, for the Father's Day tool, or for the Father's Day book, is this one. Let's try to have this one. Yes, Jose from Puebla, the personalization of material is something very motivative for learners. People love getting this. And it's very good because you can be working with this type of thing for students throughout the year. You can be working with them creating material for their for the Mother's Day, like for anything, any special date you have, okay? Let's just get people having this one. Let me just see what people are getting, if people are having their. Here I can follow new book, magic answers. Let's see how many people have. Whoa, so many people. Yes. So that means Elcio, Marcos Vinícius, Maria Clara, Mirella, João Lucas, Miguel, Lorena, all these people are getting the books into their emails right now. Let me just go back. So this is the Magic Powers book. If you fill up this one, you are going to get the free book for the Father's Day. All right? There's a lot of information here. Yeah. Lots of information. My book is so beautiful. Yes, Camila, those books are beautiful. Let me tell you something. The more you work on the slides, the best is going to be your book, because the books, they are very, very, very much interesting. But let me tell you, or let me show you something. This slide is very simple. You can do something different. For example, you can have an extra slide and you can change the back of it. You just go online on Google and you can change it. For example, let me get the other one. Let me get this one for you. You can have this one, for example, all right? And then you can organize things here. You can work with different font types, or you can choose these crazy ones. You can work with bold and italic and whatever you want it to be, you can be working. And you can have your students helping you. Take a look at this one. See? So the thing is, my first step would be creating a story on Google Docs or on Word. Once I have created the story, I start getting the tags, these tags, around the words that I want, or the words or the sentences that I want the system to substitute. And after, I create the Google form based on the tags I need. So for example, if there is a tag, there is this information, for example, my favorite food is, then I need to create a question with an answer that is supposed to be a food's name, you know. So let's suppose I'm working with films, I'm working with places, it doesn't matter. The thing is, you create the tags according to your need in the text, but you create the questions in the Google form according to the tags you have created. So let me just summarize it. First, create the story. Second, create the tags. Third, create the form according to the tags you need. And fourth, work on autocorrect. That's it. Okay? Good. Teacher Carlos, I've just received my gift book. Nice one. Great, Teacher Carlos. Let me just go over the work again so that people that did not follow can see what happens. My first step was to create the story. My second step was to create the tags in the story. So for example, here there is a story, and those things here, they are the tags. The tags are pieces of information which are inside these little brackets or these little arrows. I don't know how to say this in English. Okay, so those are the tags. Once you have the story and you have the tags, you are supposed to create a Google form. In this case here, my Google Forms has 1, 2, 3, 4 different questions. Favorite food, city you want to go to, father's name, boy or girl, and kid's first name. In the case of the other one, the new book, I have only 2, first name and favorite city, but you can create with as many questions you want. But the thing is, don't make it bigger than like 5 or 6 questions, because people are going to get tired. And you can reuse the answers people have given. Okay, for example, first name, you ask it once and people are going to be answering too many times. Okay, good. Let me just get into the autocorrect. So I have to go up to complementos or add-ons, install add-ons, and then I look up at the apps I have here and I look for autocorrect. Autocorrect, okay? When I find it, I have to install it just by clicking on it. Whenever I have clicked on it, it's going to be here. This button, uninstall, it's going to be install, and then you install it. Once you have done it, it's going to appear here in complements or add-ons. You click on add-ons again, and then you're going to see autocorrect over here. Okay? Good. Let me just answer one question. Jaqueline, não está aparecendo, só o endereço. Oh, I didn't get it, Jaqueline. Flavio, I loved your ideas. Besides book, cards, and certificates, what else have you already created? Oh, I have created flashcards, like 500 different flashcards. I have created flashcards, birthday cards, short story books, cartoons, comic strips, and let me see what else. Yeah, basically that's it. A tela não está atualizando. The screen's frozen. O pessoal do Gênios, a tela está congelada. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to get it solved. Vou e vou compartilhar novamente. Let's see what happens. Ok. Voltou? All right. Good. Just let me know if you could see while I was working on autocorrect. Could you see that? Okay, so I can show it again, no problem. So whenever the person has answered the form, the person is able to answer it again by sending another answer. And whenever the person sends another answer, the person is going to get another book. So let me go back here so that you can see. Okay. Autocorrect, complements or add-ons, autocorrect, launch. And then you are going to work on your autocorrect. I have 4 minutes or so. You create a new job, and then you give this new job a name. New book 2, for example. Next. And then you choose a template. The template is the Google slide you have created. And then you go from Drive and you get the one you have previously created. It's going to be opening here, new book. So you click on it and you select it. It takes a while, but it fetches all the tags, and that's okay. And now whenever it appears over here, you just can click next. And then you are just going to get first name, city, favorite city. Just reminding you that these are the tags that you have on the slides, and these are the answers you have from your Google Forms, okay? But let me show you something very interesting. Here you have standard. you can get your students choosing images instead of words, okay? So for example, let's suppose that here, instead of giving people the opportunity to write an answer, you can have people choosing images, image A, image B, image C, and depending on the image the person chooses, here you get image and the image is going to appear. I have done it and it works beautifully. So whenever you have finished this, you just click next, file name, new book 2, type, it's going to be a PDF file. I don't need to be working to be saving on Relo PLE. No, it's going to be saving in another folder. There is new book. I select the folder I have decided for, and then next, add a dynamic folder. I never do this. Set merge condition. I choose always the same. That means first, carimbo de data e hora, or time and date and time. Here I just use not null. That means if the cell is not empty, I'm going to create the book. And then I create next, share a doc, yes, as a PDF, allow collaborators to reshare, yes, send from generic reply address, it doesn't matter, it's yes or no. Here you're going to config the email, or the way you're going to send the email. You just open the tag, you write email. Why are you writing email? Because here on the question you wrote email. If the question here was email address, here you were supposed to be writing email address, because I'm collecting this information from the sheet, from the Google Sheet. Type subject is the subject email. That means you got a new book. And here, there goes the message. You can personalize this message. All right, and then you click next. You are to decide on what type of triggers you want. Usually I go with a run on form trigger and run on time trigger. 1 hour. Every 1 hour, the system is going to be checking if it needs to create a book. And then I click on save. It's going to be saving. And then when people send the answers through Google Forms, people are going to get a new book. As you can see, I have 2 different jobs. One for the first that I created, and now I have another one. And here I have a sample of something much bigger that I have created with 10 pages. It took me like 40 minutes to create this story. You can be working with stories that already exist, for example, Little Red Riding Hood, or any other story, Peter Pan, or any other story, just substituting the kid's name by the main character's name, or the names of the cities, the name of the places, or you can be working with all these things together. Yes, that's it. So guys and girls, this is what I was supposed to be doing here in this beautiful afternoon with you. I hope you liked, and I think it's going to be awesome if you could share your experiences with me. I'm gonna let my email here. If you want to share your experiences with me, or if you need help with the things you have created. Whoops, what's going on? Okay. If you want to share with me, or if you want me to answer any of your questions, there is something else. If you want to answer that other one, you still can use this address. Free book, Father's Day. and you're going to, you can even be using this to send material to your students tomorrow, because tomorrow is Father's Day, right? Flavia Payani, never had an experience like this. Oh, thank you, Flavia Payani. Antonia Francisca, it was very good, really good. I say it was good because I felt very comfortable with you, and I think it's very good. I have this YouTube channel, Máquina de Ideias. You can go there and you can learn a lot from the videos I have posted. I'm also on Instagram with the same address, Máquina de Ideias, and it would be a pleasure to have you all over there. So it's a YouTube channel, and there's this Instagram where I help people get into technological education issues and try to get things done by using technology, and trying to help people with ideas for the use of technology in the classroom. This thing, using AutoCred, is amazing. You can be adapting, you can be creating, you can be doing whatever you want to by using the same principle. You get the principle, and you are teachers, you're very creative, so you can be working with this. Red Hawaiian, I can't put the link here because YouTube won't allow me. I think it won't allow me to get links over here. Let me see. Oh, it does? Yeah, great. It does. So my Instagram account is the same, yes. Instagram at Máquina de Ideias. How can I get a certificate for the first workshop? Okay, Alexander is going to answer you. Hello, I was in another workshop. Thanks, Flavio, for sharing this amazing tool. Thanks a lot, Flavio. Guys, thank you very much. Oh, just in case you want to share, I'd like to know where you're from. Just put on the comments where you're from, because it's very important for me to understand and to see the reach of these ideas that we share online. Just get into the comments or the chat box and put the city or the place where you're from. Elinara Santos. Oh, Elinara, thank you very much. If you have any other questions, I'm up to answering all of them. You will revisit this workshop later to watch it from the beginning. Please do. Oh, Sidra, you're from Pakistan. I've never spoken to anyone from Pakistan, not even from Nepal. Porto Alegre, Bolivia, I've been to Bolivia. Lima, Peru, I've never been there. Adriana Cunha from Belo Horizonte, I've been there so many times. Uberlândia, Minas Gerais, I've been there. São Paulo, Montevideo, I've been to Montevideo. It's a very cold city and it's wonderful. Mexico, I want to go to Mexico. Guaíba, Rio Grande do Sul was in another workshop. You can watch this. I think it's going to be online for you to be rewatching or like taking notes from the things that you have lost or that you have missed during the time that I was speaking, because sometimes things go very fast and people learn in different speed. Colombo, Curitiba, Mexico, Puebla. Oh, it's a dream to go to Mexico. I'll go to Mexico sometime. Man, it's great to learn about new tools. Salam from Pakistan. Thank you, Sidra. Fortaleza, Caxias do Sul, Araripina, Algeria. Never been to Algeria, never met anybody from Algeria. People from Piauí. Yes, Geisa, watch it from the beginning. I'm from Belém, Caeté. Elinara, you're from Caeté? I've been to Caeté so many times. Jira Meena, I'm from India, though I was attending another workshop which was just ended, so I came here. Yeah, you just can watch it again, like from the beginning, so you're gonna get lots of learning from this. As I said before, people are asking this, as I said before, I have created flashcards, certificates, birthday cards, books, comic strips using this tool. And the best thing is this tool is very easy to use because the students just have to go over a Google form, and it's very simple tool. Once you have set up all the procedure, you are not going to have any problems because it's going to be working perfectly. Okay? Very useful for teachers. All right. Thank you very much, people from Maranhão. Algeria is a nice country. I'm sure about that. I'm sure about that. Yeah. Okay. So, guys, that's it for today. It was a pleasure to be with you. Please go to my YouTube channel, check it out. You're going to have lots of other things to be learning. And my Instagram, it's also there for you. It's based on things for teachers. Thank you very much. See you next time. Oficina de Gênios, terminamos.
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger?
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Okay, Chris. Chris, unmute, unmute your phone. It is muted.
Okay. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, hello everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll now start the presentation. So, my name's Chris Hall. I don't know whether you've seen me during the panel earlier today, but I was a host of the panel. I'm also an occupational health nurse specialist, or I was in the UK before I came to Brazil. And I thought that this presentation would be quite good to fill in for the one that was cancelled earlier. So definitely around this time, there's a lot of people feeling stressed and anxious and things like that, especially teachers during the pandemic. So I thought this would be quite a good presentation to share with you today. So just have a look at that image or those images, and we'll come back to that in a minute. So just have a look at those and just see what you think. What do the images represent to you? I'll just give you a few seconds just to have a think. While I'm doing that, I'll just explain that I'm a nurse and I was practicing in the UK as an occupational health nurse specialist. So I don't know whether any of you know that or what the job entails, or if there's such jobs in your places of work or your countries. But basically, occupational health is normally a department or a sort of a department organization that belongs to a place of work, so either public or private organizations, and we're really responsible for the health, both mental and physical, of the workforce. So it's a wide role, but a lot of the time it's having one-to-one sessions with employees, because we know that as an employee you're human, so you have health problems, both physical and mental, and we try to optimize your health really, and your output and ability to work and productivity. So that's the main thing that we do, and we put in a lot of measures to try and support staff. So obviously today we're just talking about teaching. Okay, so I'm just going to go through everything. It'd be really nice to hear from you guys what you're thinking, and we'll try and do a bit of interaction. I know it's not always easy on here because of the delay, but rather than me talking for an hour, it'd be really good to hear from you. So what I would say is that there are some questions in a minute that you might feel a little bit uncomfortable about answering. Please don't feel that you have to answer them, but it's always good to have a bit of honesty so that we can kind of learn from each other, and see how everyone's feeling. So if you don't want to answer anything, that's fine, but I'll try and be as honest as I can and try and help you. Also, just to say that, anything that we do share should really be kept in this presentation today and not taken any further, because of some of the sensitive issues. No one's going to be identified. There's nothing that's going to offend anybody, but just some of the questions people might feel a little bit sensitive about. So first of all, human rights are part of everybody's life, and mental health, oh, hang on, it's going, I don't know why it's going on its own. Mental health is part of everybody's human rights, okay? So first of all, I'd just like to ask you, have you suffered with a mental ill health, or sorry, have you suffered with mental ill health or a mental health problem, however you want to define it in your language, in your English? Doesn't necessarily mean that you've had a diagnosis, but at some point in your life, have you suffered with mental ill health? The next one, if you were to suffer with mental ill health, could you talk to somebody, whether that be at work, someone in the family, a friend, a priest, someone at church? Could you talk to somebody? Would you feel embarrassed? I mean, obviously with mental health, there is a lot of stigma about how people feel, and mental health is often people, there's a lot of negative connotations to mental health. Some people think that, you know, once you've been diagnosed with mental health or you've had a mental health problem, you're always going to have it. Some people think that, you know, people with mental health problems cannot work, that they have to give up life more or less and be looked after. Some people think that having mental health means that you've got to be admitted to, you know, some kind of permanent or long-term mental health kind of center facility. So there are a lot of things, and people generally feel embarrassed about identifying with such things. But we wouldn't feel like that with a broken leg, would we? We wouldn't feel like that if we had diabetes. Maybe some physical health problems like HIV, maybe, you know, there is a lot of stigma with that. But generally, we wouldn't feel so embarrassed with physical problems. So really, we shouldn't be embarrassed about having mental health. I have mental health problems. I've been diagnosed with a mental health condition, and it's really refreshing now to feel that I'm able to share with everybody. You know, that I'm a nurse, I'm a teacher, but I'm also human. So if there are any comments that you want to, you feel comfortable with in the YouTube chat or on here, if Professor Hamundo could share with us, and I'm very happy to read out your comments. So at the minute, we're just talking about sort of your mental health. So again, would you feel supported at work or in a group, i.e. church? Sorry, I don't know why it's racing ahead. Would you know what to do or where to go in a mental health emergency? So again, sometimes we never think about this until we're actually in the situation. But would you know where to go in your area and how to access help for either you or somebody? In the UK, a lot of people can start accessing help for mental health in an accident and emergency or ER room. So I don't know in your country, again, here in Brazil, I know there's sort of private and public ways of getting help. In your opinion, are public mental health services adequate in your area? So again, a lot of us may have never experienced mental health services in our area, either private or public. But a lot of the time, there's a lot of support for kind of, I would say, mild anxiety and mild depression with treatments and counselling and things. And then there's also some levels of services for severe mental health problems or crises. However, there's a lot of people in the middle that often get forgotten about. People with diagnoses, people with long-term depression, anxiety, that don't fit into one of those categories. So that, you know, a lot of services probably need to have a lot more going on for everybody at different stages of mental health. So what do the images represent to you? So I said to you a second ago about remembering the image on the front of the presentation. What did that say to you? I don't know whether you want to just write something in the box if Hamundo can see anything. I know there's a delay, so I'm not sure how that's going to work. But feel free to type what you thought the image represented to you. Are there any comments, Professor Hamundo? Any comments? I'll have a look in my WhatsApp group just to see if anything comes up. Don't have to. Okay, well, anyway, I'm not sure whether it's because of the delay. Oh, hang on, sorry. I'm just might get something through. Hang on. Okay, let's just see. Okay, we'll move on, and then if anything else comes up, Hamundo, let me know, or text on the group. Let me just see. Okay. So this was the image, and what I covered up at the beginning was it's saying we all have mental health. So basically that says, you know, you don't have to have a diagnosis, you don't have to be labeled with a mental health problem or mental health illness or mental health condition, but we all have mental health during our lives. It can change from hour to hour, day to day, week to week, year by year. But we all have mental health, the same as we have physical health, okay? Sometimes it can be bad, sometimes it could be good, for a whole host of different reasons. But every single one of us has mental health, whether it's positive, negative. And our mental health is on a spectrum lasting our entire life, from day one right till the end of our lives. It's on a spectrum. So what is mental health? Health is a state of complete physical and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease. So that is from the World Health Organization, and that is a description of health, physical health, but also, you know, it works for mental health. Health and mental health is not just the absence of disease. It's a lot wider. It's a lot more complex than that. Mental health is a dynamic state of internal equilibrium, which enables individuals to use their abilities in harmony with universal values of society. So again, that's a very a complex version of mental health. I quite like that one, actually. And then there's another one that I like as well. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act. It also helps determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. That was actually from Wikipedia. And now this image, many of you might know the hierarchy of needs. And now in this day and age, we have to put Wi-Fi signals and batteries in there, and mobile phones and things, because they're part of our daily needs, as well as food, safety, warmth, and love. We need technological things now to make us feel better. So again, this is just sort of identifying that mental health is a very complex idea. It's not just about sort of mental health as in having a diagnosis, having a condition or not. There's a lot of things involved. So physical health and mental health are very, very much linked, very strongly linked. So normally if, you know, someone has a chronic physical health problem, they may also have a chronic condition of sort of anxiety or depression. Not always, but that often works hand in hand. Environment, whether it's permanent or sort of temporary. But again, if people are homeless, if people are, you know, going through divorce or all these sort of things, then that can have an effect on our mental health. Social, again, whether we're isolated, whether we live with our family, whether we live with people that we don't get on. Obviously in quarantine, we've had to live with people full time that we possibly don't always spend a lot of time with. Even our partners, we don't normally spend as much time as we do with our partners. So it may have brought up during the quarantine a lot of issues regarding relationships in the home. So that is, again, with the quarantine, there's a lot of new issues regarding mental health. And of course, family history. And again, as I said, work, if you're out of work, in a job that you don't enjoy, in a job that's highly stressed. Money, unfortunately, money is the root of all evils, but also happiness. So, okay, we don't need money to be happy, but it certainly helps. And lack of money as well can, you know, have a negative effect on mental health. Not always, but a lot of the time. Emotions, depending on what's going on for you at the time. Again, this is a fluid state of being, mental health. It's not, you know, it's not fixed. So it could be that you've lost somebody during COVID. Again, this is a very real issue for people right now, whether it's related to COVID or just during the pandemic, but that has had a massive toll on people's emotions because you've not been able to, people haven't been able to mourn through the normal sort of processes. And obviously drugs, whether it's prescribed or illegal, drugs, alcohol, addictions, you know, it all has effects. So just to put perspective, put mental health in perspective worldwide, these figures really sort of surprise me. An estimated 1 billion people have either a mental health or substance use disorder. So that is a heck of a lot of people. Depression, 264 million people worldwide. Anxiety disorder, 284 million people. So at this time when we've been feeling anxious, you know, whether it's to do with the COVID or whether it's to do with teaching online, whether it's to do with our family, our children, what have you, 284 million of us have also felt the same. So you're certainly not on your own. 1 in 6 people have one or more mental health or substance use disorders. So again, that's a high average, really. Mental health disorders are more prevalent in women, which that was news to me. I thought it was always men. Substance use disorders are prevalent in men. So there you go. Approximately 800,000 people die each year from suicide. So again, that's a massive amount of people worldwide. 2% of the global average health budget was allocated to mental health in 2017. So we've got an imbalance there, haven't we, already, of the numbers versus the budget spent on mental health services. 9 is the average number of mental health professionals per 100,000. Again, there's a inequality there, an imbalance, and I'm sure that varies from country to country. So let's just take this back to work now, because that's what we're talking about. So from my job experience, mental health was one of the most sort of common problems within the workplace, and more often than not, it was work-related stress or anxiety or depression. So not only someone with a diagnosis, but somebody that's had mental health issues. Either sort of started with at work or it's contributed to. So it's either been the main cause or a contribution. So the estimated global economy loss to mental health disorder is $1 trillion per year. Again, a massive, massive imbalance there, isn't there? On average, 36 days of work are lost per employee with depression. So again, that varies country to country. I don't know exactly all the sort of occupational laws in each country, but I know in the UK, most places of work do have some kind of paid sick leave, whether it's private or whether it's public, whether it's government or work-related payment. So 36 days of work lost per employee with depression. If there's a country or an area or a state where there isn't any statutory sick pay or private sick pay, then you probably, you know, probably cannot have the choice or have the freedom of taking those days off to try and help. I mean, obviously, if you're ill, you can't do anything about it. But sometimes, you know, in a lot of places, people just have to go to work no matter what, because of the lack of support. Employees in public sectors are at a high risk of work-related stress and mental health issue disorders, and teachers are in that high risk factor group, okay? And I'm sure you all know that anyway, but especially during the pandemic, you know, it's really, really increased mental health, stress and anxiety. 43% of professionals admit to checking emails and responding at home. So I don't know whether you're included in that, whether you admit or whether you, you know, whether you see yourself as that person. Many of us do it, and probably again more so now we're working at home. So how healthy is your place of work? Now, for most of us, maybe not so much now, maybe people are returning to some kind of normal work environment. I don't know, I should say many of you are still at home. So our workplaces for the last, what, I don't know, 3-4 months have been our home. And we all know how that can vary. You know, some of us have got beautifully, you know, separated work environments. Some of us have to just, you know, clear a table with our arms, get the kids' toys off the table, get the dinner plate sorted, and get to work wherever you can find space. So again, I know our workplace is going to be very different definitions for a lot of people. So I suppose we were all feeling like this at some point. And again, some of us may have had to take refuge in cupboards or dark corners of the home, away from the kids, the dog, the husbands, the wives, the lodgers, whoever. So I thought this was brilliant, actually. It's a quote from Vincent van Gogh, and it says, "I put my heart and my soul into my work and have lost my mind in the process." So, you know, a lot of us do put our hearts and souls into our work. A lot of us, you know, we spend a lot more time at work, especially teaching, because, you know it's not just a 9-to-5 job, but it's no good that in the process of putting all those hours in, you've actually lost your mind. You feel sort of exhausted. You feel kind of just flat, and I can't think of the word exactly what it is. It's it'll come back to me. Anyway, there's a specific word for it. But yeah, feeling just completely flat and can't sort of feel like you've got any energy and things. Anyway, it will come back to me, sorry. So, teaching in the pandemic. So this quote says, "The global experiment currently under," sorry, I can't see because sorry, anyway, I can't see that word because the way the screens are. Sorry, hang on, I have to go back. Anyway, the global experiment currently underway, likely to highlight both the strengths and weaknesses of teaching online. I crossed that out and put teachers because I thought that was a really poignant kind of issue. Having not many of us not really that experienced online, I should say the pandemic has brought a lot of strengths, but also a lot of weaknesses from, you know, about us that we either knew or we didn't know. So I don't know how you feel about that. So pandemic stresses. The uncertainty of timeframes. Well, that's a big thing right now. You know, okay, it's now August, but do any of us really know when our normal working life will resume? It probably won't resume well until October, November, maybe not till next year. So that for a lot of people is stressful, because now we're having to talk about the new term or the term that we've missed. And a lot of people, I know where I live in Teresina, the universities are now going back, UFP, USP, CFAF, we're returning online. So a lot of the professors have been working, but not necessarily teaching. But now it's a real big push to get back to some kind of, not normality, but some kind of sort of temporary learning online. So many courses have never been designed solely for online. Some courses are distant learning, but many are meant to be a mixture of different resources, different mediums, online, face-to-face. So a lot of people are having to change what they know and what they're experienced in purely for online. And we don't know how long that's going to be. The uncertainty of how each school term will be organised, as I just said, how your individual place of work is going to organise the term, how people are going to repeat the years that they've missed or the terms that they've missed, whether it'll influence the, because again, I know from in the UK, And I think from what Barbara said earlier today, the terms are from September to July. So, you know, this is now summer holidays, but we've missed we've missed all of the spring term. So that's going to have to be, you know, repeated somewhere. Increased workloads, unfamiliar tasks take longer, making videos and recording are time consuming. So if you've got an hour lesson, okay, but you've got different mediums within that lesson, you might have something on WhatsApp, you might have some TikTok sort of slide, you know, I'm not ever experienced in that, but TikTok animations, whatever you want to call it. You might have some live videos, you might have some Zoom teaching, you might have some platform teaching where the people's going and access work and workbooks and things from a platform. So many of us know, or we're getting to know, that even doing a 3-minute video on something, TikTok, could take a few hours if you're not experienced. Even if you are experienced, I wouldn't like to say how long these presentations took today for the wonderful presenters that we've had, but I'm guessing it was a lot longer than maybe a face-to-face lesson. Not only because many of us are not experienced, it could just be that sometimes technical things take time, whoever it is. But obviously on top of that, it's the fact that many of us are not experienced and we're having to learn on the job. Lack of professional development and preparation. I don't know how many of you have had any professional development during this time, whether you've got anything planned, whether you've had any any meetings beforehand. I know some people have, you know, in some areas of work, university professors and things, some of the lessons that I've been involved with, we've had some kind of meeting. But will that continue, and will you have professional development as it goes on? You know, we have to think that if our work in other aspects was going to change as fundamentally as this, we would never go into anything without any preparation, would we? We just wouldn't. If our whole way of working was going to change, it would take time to get used to, it would take time to prepare, it would take time to implement and also evaluate. But this has happened to us basically overnight. So as time goes on, we need to still now think about our professional development and evaluation and things. And lack of peer support and managerial communication. So I would expect, as the term starts now, that you would have some kind of peer-to-peer or managerial support at some point. How often that happens with each of your places of work, I don't know, but that still should be part and parcel of, you know, classroom evaluations and things like that. That things don't have to stop just because it's online. So really, this is sort of just showing what we're talking about. So the thing when problems occur is that when the workload is far heavier than the ability. And I don't mean ability or lack of it in a negative way, but with online working, many of us, it's, you know, we've got far more experience in face-to-face teaching. So the workload is still there because you've still probably got, I don't know, 12 lessons a week, however many you have, but your ability, you're still developing that. So, you know, that is a massive stressor for people. Whether that's going to change and as you get more experienced, it might sort of balance out, I don't know. But online, it's going to bring up a lot of stresses for people because of the workload. Carrying on from that. So I can't see this just because everybody's, oh, let me just see if I can go to another. I can't see some of this because everybody who's in the chat room, is the profile pictures are all here. Anyway, expectations, guilt to work more hours without scheduled breaks. I think that says, sorry, I don't know whether anyone can help me. Oh, right, okay, I've done it now. Expectations, guilt to work longer hours without scheduled breaks. So I don't know whether any of you have experienced working from home or remote working before the pandemic, but a lot of people, including myself, you often feel more guilt, more you sort of harder on yourself to work harder and longer without any breaks, just because you want to kind of prove to your colleagues or prove to yourself that you are working. Because, you know, a lot of people still have that stigma that working from home isn't real work. Of course it is. And we need to still look after ourselves. Social isolation, those subtle but meaningful social interactions with colleagues are both distracting and supportive. So again, many of us are missing that interaction. It's great that some of us are in WhatsApp groups with our colleagues. You know, if you have good relationships and you can just pick up the phone, or you can WhatsApp somebody or FaceTime, Zoom, whatever, that's great. But again, many of us will now be in isolated environments where we miss out the chat at the coffee machine, chat at the photocopier, chat with the cleaner, chat with the manager, chat with the pupils. And that does distract us. You know, a lot of the time we're just talking about life and things, but that's a distraction, and it's supportive, because you know that if you've got people there face to face, it's easier to kind of, you know, feedback and bounce off each other. But again, that should still be the same during the pandemic, and we shouldn't isolate ourselves. Lack of focus throughout the day. There are many distractions, interruptions that cause surges of stress. So I don't know about you, but things that distract me is the dog barking, the phone going, the doorbell going. I haven't got children, but that would be a distraction for many of you. You know, just part and parcel of each and every day working from home. Many of us do not live on our own, and we do not have the facility of our houses silent and empty. So during that day, you could have 20 or 30 interruptions, and that does have an effect on people's stress levels, because you're having to stop and start all that time. And we wouldn't, at work, we would go and find somewhere quiet to work. We wouldn't go sit in the middle of a playground or in the middle of a staff room if we wanted to focus. So again, at home, it can be tricky. Lack of motivation, that sometimes affects me. I don't know about you. For some, working alone can be hard to get started and then maintain the momentum. So again, lots of distractions at home. You might think, okay, I'll have a coffee, then I'll start work. Then you think, oh, actually, I'll have something to eat. Oh, okay, well, now it's nearly lunchtime. Well, okay, I'll have an hour or two off for lunch. And then, okay, the kids are back from wherever they're, you know, there's a lot of distractions, and it's hard just to get started and then keep that momentum. So again, this is just a reflection of what we've talked about. So again, the reason why people are stressed within teaching and lots of other forms of employment is work time far outweighs personal time. Again, teaching, nursing, medicine, law, they're not 9-to-5 professions. So despite the stigma that teachers hold, that teachers get so much holiday time, because everybody thinks that teachers have exactly the same amount of time as pupils and they don't have to do any preparation. So more often than not, our work time in school hours and outside school hours is often heavier than our personal time. And again, sometimes that's fluid, but sometimes that can be a permanent or a semi-permanent fixture. And that's when people get really stressed and have a chronic kind of anxiety or depression about work, when it's not a kind of fluid balancing act. It's, you know, if you've got more work time than personal time over a long period, that will have effects on you. So adapting in the world pandemic. So self-care isn't selfish. I think that's the main message that I would try and get across today. Looking through all of the brilliant talks today and the workshops and things, I think the one thing that I would like you to take from this is that self-care isn't selfish. I don't know about everybody from where you're based in the world, but I know British people, we don't find it very easy to talk about ourselves in a way of, you know, taking care. Many of us are parents, many of us are maybe managers, many of us, you know, men particularly aren't very good at sort of taking self-care. So I think every one of us needs to start putting that at the top of the list, really. And it's okay to take time out. There's nothing wrong with that. It's needed, you know, we need to sort of re-energize and things. So accept the change, try to think about the skills you will learn and not the difficulties you may encounter. So I'm sure maybe people's stress levels are kind of plateauing now, maybe reducing, I hope. But at the start of the pandemic, I'm sure everybody was finding problems with what was happening. But now we're maybe at a stage where we can start looking at the challenges and how to overcome them rather than the problems, we're finding solutions. Self-care, I said, be patient and kind to yourself. New skills take years to master. Information technology is no different. So if you're teaching English for the first time to somebody and it's their first lesson, you're not going to tell them that they're going to learn overnight. They're not going to learn and be proficient in 3 months, not 6 months. So again, don't expect yourselves to be proficient in information technology or advanced information technology overnight. So it may have been that you've been learning for 4 months and we're still learning. The great thing about today was Barbara, the other professors, sorry, other professors as well in the panel were saying that they were still learning and also learning new things about themselves and new things about technology. And they're very, very experienced people. Peer support, try to find a colleague that could give you some tips, or a teenager, as we know, they always know best, or they think they know best. So there are lots of ways that you can find help. It doesn't have to be through a sort of informal work way of communication or feedback. It could be a neighbor, could be a friend, could be your son, daughter, nephew, niece, doesn't matter. But there's always someone to help. Practice makes perfect. Ask someone to rehearse with you and give the lesson in real time. So we've done quite a lot of preparation for the brilliant teacher training day today. It wouldn't have happened if we didn't rehearse, because you can't work off the back foot, especially with technology. We have to rehearse. I mean, you know, there's no getting around it, I suppose, because there are a lot of technical things that we need to know. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. I think. Okay, so let's just go through with your workspace. There was a video, but I don't think I've got time. Try to find a well-ventilated place that you can use without disturbances. That's easier said than done. Set the workspace up as best as possible. Try not to slouch or beds or hammocks. Move as much as you can. Mix sitting and standing tasks during the day. If you can do that, then that's all well and good. Take regular breaks for 5 minutes every hour. Change position every 20 minutes. And keep hydrated. Eat at regular times. Leave the workspace for at least 30 minutes at meal times. Keep your workspace tidy and organized. Maintain a wall planner and diary. Make sure your lighting is adequate. Wear glasses if required. My lighting's not adequate here today, but it's all going to have an effect on your stress if you're straining your eyes, and it will create headaches and things. Try to reduce light reflection on the screen. Try to use a chair with a back to support your posture. These are all little things, but they all do help. Use headphones when communicating online to reduce hearing strain or having to speak louder. Try to make your space light and place things around you that make you happy. Pictures, plants, whatever. Use some, sorry, I've already said that. Use some plants for a natural feel to reduce stress. So just going to talk about self-care now. Maintain routines as much as possible. It's so important. Sleep, exercise, and food is still as important in the virtual world as it was before. Okay. Get up and ready in the mornings and leave the bedroom. Start with some exercises and stretches. Many of us have probably got comfortable with sitting on the bed, as I said, sitting in hammocks, maybe working in our pajamas. But it's very hard to then stop and start and keep everything within a work environment if you're not leaving the bedroom, if you're not getting dressed, if you're not going to that work area within the house. You know, that's when kind of things become very ambiguous, and we're working a lot longer without breaks because we're kind of doing it informally. Set times for each task. Scheduling breaks and lessons really important. Set alarms and reminders to keep to time. Only respond to communications in work time. I know that's really hard with emails, with WhatsApp, with reminders, with diaries and things, but it really would help. If you can't do it within work time, try and stop within an hour or two of bedtime. Okay. Keep work-related meetings in your work time. I know people have been sort of organising, you know, Zoom meetings on a Sunday night, on a Saturday morning. You wouldn't go into work on those days if that's the, if you are Monday to Friday. If you're not, then that might be different. But yeah, you know, don't be doing Zoom meetings at midnight or 6 in the morning or on a Sunday morning. Keep it relatively within work times. I think I've got some comments and things in a minute, so let's try and get to those. Schedule relaxation in at the end of the day without electronic devices. That's really important. Surfing the net on Amazon, on Facebook, that's not relaxation. We need to get rid of the blue light, the light and all the kind of bad energy that comes with technology. We need to put our devices down for at least an hour before bed. Ask for help, be honest and share your challenges. Make solutions, not problems. I know that's easier said than done, but that's always the best way. Work when you are at your best. Different people like to start at finishing at varying times. I'm not a morning person. I prefer to start late morning and work into the evening. That's just my preference. But again, you might want to start early and have the rest of the day to yourself. But just make it work for you. You know, if you've got the flexibility, make it work for you. You're not a slave to, you know, kind of routine and hardships of you know, being micromanaged at work. I'm not suggesting you are, but you know, you're your own boss right now, so take advantage. Reward yourself. Start with the boring tasks at the start of your day so that you can then forget about them. Have a piece of cake too. That's always my motto. Men, parents, managers, this means you too. I said earlier, it's very easy for men to kind of say, well, so I don't need to do self-care. Parents, the same, because you're mum, because you're the teacher, because you're a wife, because you're the cook, because you're the taxi, but you need to take time for yourself too. So just really, I don't think we're going to have much time. I'm just going to have a look at your comments and questions. Someone's put, I don't know, kind of in context, but they've put, accumulating fat makes us lethargic, or at least that's in my case. Earlier, I used to walk 2 kilometers a day, but not now. So again, you know, many of us, if we have a picture before quarantine and now, we've probably put on weight. And many of us and many of you who've got hair probably got longer hair. You know, lots of changes. But yeah, we've kind of stopped our, you know, a lot of people try and do about 10,000 steps a day. If you're not going out the house, you're probably not going to do 100 steps a day. So that's, you know, it's been less, we've been sort of sedentary for a long period now, haven't we? Gisela Antonioli, yeah, home is not our unstressful place anymore. So if it was a place of, that's a good point actually, Gisela. If it was a tranquil home, a tranquil place of you know, relaxation, it may not be now because you're having to work there. So that's the opposite really, isn't it? Jose, working from home, I'm enjoying my children, but getting stressed from my homework and her homework. So it's hard managing life, isn't it? As well, as I said, with the kids. Obviously now, if you're a parent, you're also having to probably help with homeschooling, as well as doing your own lessons, as well as cooking the dinner, as well as walking the dog. It's not easy. It's really not easy. So just looking at professional development and what I would advise you to do and maintain while we're in this state of sort of angst at the minute. It's still work, even if you are perceived to be on holiday. Somebody said on another conference that we were doing earlier in July, teachers were saying that they're being told that it's not really work, that, well, it's okay because you're on holiday. I'm sure many of you would argue, massively argue that this is not a holiday, that this is, it has been and it will be hard work, and there's no end in sight. Again, there's a lot of stigma to teachers, and people that aren't in the profession or don't understand the profession will probably say, well, they're not at school, so what are they doing? But we know that's not true. Make a learning log of your strengths and weaknesses and identify what you need to practice. So again, all these things that we're doing normally within lessons physically, it still applies to virtual work. So make a learning log, whether it's a Word document, whether it's a table or whatever. Make a log of strengths and weaknesses and identify a learning plan for yourself. Evaluate your lessons, what worked well, what didn't. Also get a student to do the same. So there's some brilliant fun ways of getting students to evaluate your lessons. It doesn't have to be a Word document. They don't have to speak. They could just do numbers. You could do emojis. There's lots of ways of doing it, but it's really handy just to know whether you're kind of hitting those targets, and also keeping people's interest. There's no point putting all this work in if the pupils are not engaging with that particular technology. Skill swap, create a WhatsApp group. The last conference we did in July, I actually advised at the end that I'd be happy to help facilitate some groups that people could join at the end of the conference, and that we could then go forward and support each other. I don't know how that will happen today because I'm not quite probably from the WhatsApp groups, but again, that's an offer that I'm willing to do at the end. So if you identify that you would like to be part of a working development, professional development group, please, I'll be happy to help with that. Request one-to-one with management or senior colleagues. You would do that anyway physically. So again, shouldn't be any different. Okay, it might not be as regular as it might be, face-to-face, but again, some kind of management or senior colleague one-to-one development should be available. Find the right technology tool for you and stick with it. Build confidence, knowledge and skills. So you don't have to be a jack of all trades, okay? You don't have to master every single technology app or platform that you've seen today. Find one or two that you're happy with, that the pupils are happy with, and just keep to that until you develop more skills, I'm sorry, I really, really wanted to. I thought it'd be really, really important, and it's still important to hear what you've been, how you've been developing, but unfortunately I haven't got time. So again, I'll just speed through this, but hopefully you're not feeling like this now. Hopefully, after today you feel confident, but we haven't got time, but just really think, as part of your reflection after today, think back to March 2020. How did you feel about your work? How did you feel about the pandemic? Remember your concerns, feelings, thoughts. Give yourself a score between 1 and 10, 1 being very anxious, 10 being very confident. How have you developed? How do you know that you've developed? What are the points that you've picked up on? Have you shared this? don't sit on some, you know, fantastic evaluations and personal development and things. Share it with colleagues. Don't sit on it, because it's really important that we use each other for development. Score yourself today between 1 and 10 as above, and see how different you feel. But I would urge everybody to do some kind of reflection after today. So hopefully we feel like that now. We're not feeling like we need to hide under the table. Just some things to take away with you. Try to have fun and be creative. We are now designers and not just teachers. Barbara said that earlier today. We're kind of having to be designers of lessons and making our own adverts. We're probably on, some of us may be on Instagram, on Facebook. So, you know, we're probably doing a lot of PR now as opposed to just teaching. Ask for help. Colleagues, whoever it is, teenagers, friends, family. And you can also say no. If managers or colleagues are you know, piling up the workload for you, you know, within your rights, you can say no, or you need help. It's not an issue. Make self-care a daily ritual. Yes, you are good enough. Just remember that you are good enough, okay? You will succeed in online classes, but it just takes time. Remember, we're in a pandemic. The whole world is anxious too. So pandemic means the whole world. So you're not on your own. And finally, I really hope we could just maybe squeeze a question or two out. So let's just see if there's anything that we could just answer now, because I'm really, I apologize for the, you know, for the lack of interaction. So let me just see if there's any questions or anything. Any questions at all? Professor Hamundo, can we have, is there any couple of questions from YouTube, or any comments? Someone else has put, don't get married, or Professor Hamundo's. Hello, Professor Hamundo.
Time is up, time is over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so apologies for that. I'm sorry. Let me just see quickly if there's anything. No, not that I can see. So sorry about that. Sorry for not being able to hear your points and comments. I hope that was really useful. Thank you for listening, and be kind to yourselves. And remember, at the end from today, I'd be happy to support you in joining in WhatsApp groups to carry on and support each other afterwards. So thank you very much, and have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
been feeling lonely, and I wanna admit it's time to end the ride. Fading it too slowly, with those gonna lift me up this time. You were the only one who got me tripping up inside. All the words you told me, am I reading something different from your eyes? See you for a moment, even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. See you for a moment, even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer, heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going, why we gotta feel amplified. Staying till the morning, counting how I'm spending by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring, seeing all the truth behind your eyes. See you for a moment, even hope that I can feel you. I see you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. I see you for a moment, even hope that I can feel you. I see you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer, heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going, why we gotta feel amplified. Staying till the morning, counting how I'm spending by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring, seeing all the truth behind your eyes. I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. We still got few more days to slay. It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I wonder what went wrong today. Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say. Say the words to remember.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to workshop number 8. O assunto que nós vamos trabalhar nesse é how to create test using Google Forms. Our guest to talk about it subject is Cesar Bances. He is graduated in physiotherapy at Faculdade Integral Differential 2010, Brazil, and graduated in Bachelor Education Pedagogy, Universidade Nacional Pedro Ruiz Galo, Peru, specialist in health management, Spanish language and distance education, work in Maryland Health on education years, master's student education for NIBR Brazil. Professor Thank you
Okay.
your participation the teacher training day.
Okay. Good afternoon, all, for being here at this event and workshop. Our job would be to create an exam using Google Form. Ok? Então, nosso trabalho deste workshop, ele trata-se do uso da ferramenta conhecida com o nome de Google Form, ou chamado em português como Google Formulário. Ele é um aplicativo que ele tem, de fato, né, ele pertence a todo o pacote de G Suite do Google. E ele tem a proposta, basicamente, de nos ajudar, e não é pouco, não é muito, né? Sabendo aproveitar tudo que se puder dos tools. Eu vou combinar aqui com o meu tradutor, que vai poder falar e fazendo a tradução ao inglês. E é para agora começar, meu grande amigo, professor, mestre Ramondinho. Ramondinho, acho que podemos já começar a fazer a tradução, né? Então, vou começar a falar alguns pausas e você vai fazendo a tradução, ok? Então, nosso trabalho do workshop, ele é para aprender a usar o Google Forms fazendo provas.
So in this workshop, we are going to learn how to use the Google Form.
Ok. Iniciaremos nosso trabalho primeiro orientando vocês para saber como é que você consegue entrar nesse aplicativo.
So we are going to start telling you how to use this weapon, this tool, and we give you some guidance.
Ok. Então, eu vou pedir licença para vocês para conseguir fazer a projeção da minha tela.
So I ask you to watch the slide I'm going to project right now.
Ok. Agora sim, nós nos encontramos no Google.
So this is the Google platform, the Google site.
Ok. Observemos que a plataforma do Google, ela tem algumas características importantes, né?
Observe that the Google site has some important characteristics.
Ok, vou entrar aqui, ó, eu já me encontro logado dentro da conta do Google, né?
I've been already made my login in the Google site.
Observe aqui em estos pontinhos, eu vou abrir eles.
In these small points, I'm going to open.
Ok. Você pode entrar no Google Form usando aqui o documento.
So you can go straight to the documents.
Ok. Ou você pode fazer da seguinte forma, fazendo a pesquisa aqui no Google, colocando Google Form.
Or you can go to the browse and put Google Forms.
Ok. Depois de você ter feito a pesquisa, você vai ir aqui no Google Forms Sign In.
So after that, you go to Google Form and go to sign in.
Ok. Observe que como eu já estou logado, já apareceu todas as possibilidades que eu tenho para criar esta prova.
As I've been logged in before, as you see, I have all the possibilities the site offers to me.
Ok. Você vai encontrar aqui primeiro formulário em branco. Você vai encontrar aqui outro formulário de modelo, que é convite para festa.
So first you find this empty place here, and after you have some templates already in the site.
Aqui tem outros formulários como amostras que você pode utilizar mesmo, ok?
So we have some other forms that you can use for your needs.
Ok. Então, nós vamos nos centrar nosso trabalho agora aqui em branco, ok?
Now we're going to use this empty form.
Ok, observe primeiro que nós temos aqui, bem em este lado, em cima, diz formulário sem título, e aqui embaixo também aparece o mesmo nome, onde nós iremos colocar um nome. Eu, por exemplo...
So here we have this space that you have to put a title. It's empty. You have to choose a title to start your form.
Ok, eu vou colocar ali onde está marcado, eu vou colocar teste 1, ou teste 1.
I'm gonna put here, I'm putting test 1.
Ok, observe como na hora que eu faço a mudança, observe que lá em cima ficou teste 1 e aqui embaixo também teste 1.
So as soon as I put here the name test 1, below appears the name test 1.
Isso não significa que eu não posso mudar o título do meu teste. Aí o teste 1 ficou somente para guardar o nome.
It doesn't mean that I can't change it. I can change if I want this place here, below.
Ok. Aí eu vou colocar aqui no teste, eu irei colocar um nome. Vou colocar aqui, por exemplo, vestibular 1.
I'm changing. I'm going to put vestibular 1 or examination 1.
Ok. Aí já sabemos que este teste ou esta prova vai ser com o título de vestibular 1. Ok?
So this test will have this title here, examination 1.
Ok. Aqui nós vamos agora para as questões. Aqui,
now we move to the question.
Observe que eu vou criar a primeira questão. E, logicamente, a primeira questão, como se trata de um trabalho em inglês, eu vou colocar aqui, preciso saber o nome do candidato, né? Então, eu vou colocar em maiúsculo.
So I move to the first question, and it is examination. I have to put the name of the person.
Ok, observe que já o Google Phone, ele já tem a habilidade ou a inteligência artificial dele entender que se trata de uma resposta curta, e aqui apareceu a resposta curta.
Now, the Google form here understand that in this kind of question, the response will be a short response. So the form choose short response.
Ok, eu queria fazer uma recomendação. Toda vez que você faça o início, você coloque aqui obrigatório. Aqui dá um trabalhinho, mas colocou obrigatório. Por quê? Porque quando você coloca obrigatório, obriga ao candidato a ter que responder a questão. Porque às vezes ele pode pular.
Okay, it's very important for you to mark the obligatory or the obligation session he has to answer, because some people don't respond, and if you mark here, they have to respond to answer this question.
Ok. Eu vou aproveitar para mandar um abraço, né, para as pessoas de habla hispana, de espanhol, y hablar decirles que estoy muy contento de estar que estén con nosotros.
I am very excited to have some Spanish friends, and because I am from a Spanish-speaking country.
Ok, thank you, Ramontinho. Ok, agora vamos duplicar. Observe que esse símbolo me dio a possibilidade de duplicar a questão. Aqui, sim.
And this symbol have given me the opportunity to duplicate the question.
Ok, e eu vou aproveitar para colocar aí a turma, porque nós temos geralmente mais de uma turma, né?
So after the name, this duplication can put the classroom, the identification of the class the student belongs.
Ok. Pessoal, uma recomendação muito grande que eu quero fazer aqui, observem aqui estes símbolos que estão do meu lado direito. Este símbolo que está aqui, que tem duas linhas, ou dois retângulos pequenininhos, ele vai me permitir dividir a prova em secções.
So as you see in this right column, we have this two symbol that shows these two rectangles, shows that I can divide the test in 2 sections.
Ok, aí eu vou poder colocar aqui na seção a nova seção, eu vou poder colocar as provas, né? Então eu vou começar fazendo uma prova onde vou colocar uma imagem.
Okay, so the new section, the second section, is the section where I will put the test itself. And I will choose to start with an image.
Ok, aqui eu vou colocar text, ok? Eu vou colocar text, né? E continuo. E aqui nestes 2 pontinhos que estão vendo aqui, eu vou duplicar a seção, não. Eu vou aqui, perdão, aqui no símbolo de mais, vou criar a questão, ok?
So
vou criar.
And the symbol plus, I will create the question.
Ok. Então, para eu criar a questão onde eu quero utilizar uma imagem, eu preciso, logicamente, ter já preparado essa imagem, né?
Okay. If I want a question that I need to put an image, I need to have this image already selected.
Ok. O símbolo da imagem, para inserir imagem, está aqui, ó. Está vendo aqui? Este símbolo pequenininho, este quadradinho, é o símbolo da imagem. Eu vou dar um clique nele. E ele vai me levar a meus arquivos, né, para poder fazer download. Então, eu vou fazer aqui fotos. E ele vai tentar me levar a meus arquivos, talvez, que eu possa ter, né? Mas você também pode fazer, pegar seus arquivos que você tenha, né? Porém, eu vou fazer a pesquisa da seguinte forma. Eu vou pesquisar aqui, vou pesquisar aqui, ó, para poder fazer download aqui, ó. Vou procurar aqui uma imagem, né? Eu vou pegar de meus arquivos, então eu vou ir para aqui, onde eu tenho meus arquivos do meu celular, que eu estou fazendo a projeção no celular, ok? Vamos ver. No setor, no local de imagens.
Okay, as I go to the symbol of an image, I go and he opens my files and I have to upload and I have to choose the image I need. As you see.
Ok. Estamos localizando a imagem que será utilizada. Ok. Ok. Ela está sendo feito o download e observe, apareceu a imagem.
Okay, that's the image I chose.
Ok. Aí, o que vamos fazer? Eu tenho que colocar aqui qual será a indicação a trabalhar dentro com esta imagem, né?
So what is my next step? I have to put here what I want the students to do with this image.
Ok, eu vou entrar aqui em uns arquivos que temos para poder, eu vou pegar aqui, que eu já tinha preparado, né? As questões da prova, né? Ok.
I'm looking for a test I prepared in advance, and I'm going to use this from.
Ok, aí eu vou colar na questão.
I just copied and pasted.
Ok. Observe aqui que eu já vou colar aqui a questão. Ok? Agora, feita a imagem, aí nós precisamos ver vamos colocar agora, acho que o local onde foi colocada exatamente a indicação da questão não era ali, ela teria que ter sido bem aqui a pergunta, né? Ok, vamos colocar aqui, pronto. E vamos colocar agora a questão, né? Vamos voltar aqui, porque a gente já tinha se preparado para fazer isso. Então, vamos colocar as alternativas, ok? Vou colocar agora as alternativas.
Now,
So,
the next steps is after I put the question, I have to put the options the student has to choose.
aqui na primeira opção, você vai colocar, né, a questão, as alternativas, perdão, ok? E aí você pode ir criando, logicamente, outra alternativa, né? E aí você irá colocando a outra alternativa, ok? Ok, vamos pegar a outra, que vão ser 4 alternativas. Eu estou copiando, ok? É muito importante, eu sempre recomendo que a pessoa que vai preparar sua prova no Google Form, ele já tenha preparado ela e esteja no ponto para que ele possa trabalhar da melhor forma, mais rápido, né?
Okay, my suggestion is when you decide to use Google Form to create your test, you have this done in previously, like having a test in your words and you just copy and paste.
Isso. E por último, vou colocar aqui a última questão que já tinha preparado, fica mais fácil nosso trabalho. Ok. Ok, aí vemos que tem as 4 alternativas, né? Ok?
So as you see, we have the 4 options for the student to choose.
Ok. Tem a imagem também, né? Aí, o ideal também é que você possa colocar a obrigatoriedade de responder a questão, para que ele não possa passar a seguinte, né?
Okay, it's very important for you to mark that this question is necessary to answer, because if you don't do this, he can go to the next question without responding this. So if you mark, he can't move to the next question if he doesn't answer this one.
Ok, agora iremos criar outra questão, ok? Então, com o permisso de vocês, eu vou criar agora uma questão em espanhol para fazer uma homenagem a nossos colegas professores de espanhol que estão com a gente.
So if you allow me, I'm going to create another question, but I'll be using Spanish to celebrate the coming of my dear friends here that are from this Spanish speaking.
E eu vou colocar aqui uma questão para fazer uma grande homenagem, né? A expressão hasta la vista, baby. Ok.
I think you all know this expression, right? Hasta la vista. Yeah.
Ok. Ponto. Ela se utiliza. Ela se utiliza para 2 pontos. Ok? Aí o aluno, né, responderá. Vou colocar 2 possibilidades. Saludar. Ok? Vou para a seguinte questão. Vou colocar aqui. Despedir-se. Ok? E, por último, vamos colocar outra questão, a outra alternativa, né? Jugar. Ok? Então, está criada a questão. Também é de escolha múltipla. Ele irá marcar, ok?
So this question was created as like the other one, but in Spanish. And so the options being put here.
Ok. Não esquecer de colocar a obrigatoriedade para que ele possa responder. Okay?
Don't forget to mark that he is obliged to answer the question.
Ok. Continuamos. Vou fazer mais uma questão. Lembrando, pessoal, que para você aqui existem muitas possibilidades de criar uma série de questões. Eu vou abrir aqui exatamente bem este cantinho que estou aumentando. Aqui você vê que se estão criando questões de escolha múltipla ou múltipla escolha, mas existem variantes. Existe
Okay.
para você criar a caixa de seleção.
So I'm going to make another question, but this Google form offers you lots of types of tests. So you decide which one. I'm doing this multiple choice test, but you can make different kind of tests with this Google form. With this,
Ok, observe o tipo de questões. A resposta corta que nós usamos para colocar o nome. A resposta que onde se trata já de não resposta corta, se trata já de um parágrafo, ou seja, uma resposta mais específica, mais trabalhada. A múltipla escolha que estamos trabalhando. Temos também a caixa de seleção.
So we have this kind of test where the paragraph to write text. We have the rankings kind in which the student has to rank from the most important to the less important.
Ok. Por conta um pouquinho assim do tempo, eu não vou poder fazer todas as questões, porém, eu estou mencionando aqui, temos também a lista suspensa, temos o download de arquivo que você pode fazer uma questão para que o aluno envie um arquivo, né? A escala linear, que é aquela questão onde você coloca de 0 a 10 ou de 0 a 5, qual que você achou do trabalho, uma coisa assim.
Okay, beside of this type, you can also make a question and ask the student to upload a document. And so he upload and answer according to the instructions you give.
Okay, temos também
possibilities.
Ok, sorry. Também temos a possibilidade de fazer uma grade de questões de múltipla escolha e uma grade de caixa de seleção. Só para fazer uma diferenciação aqui do que é uma pergunta de múltipla escolha com uma de caixa de seleção. Diferença, muito importante. Na múltipla escolha, sim.
I want to show you the difference of the multiple choice, the multiple choice test and the box of selection test.
Okay.
They are very different.
Ok, a diferença delas está que na múltipla escolha você só escolhe uma resposta. Já na caixa de seleção você pode escolher várias respostas.
Okay, in the multiple choice, the student has to choose just one, and in the box of selection, you can choose more than one answer.
Também temos a possibilidade, com uma questão aqui de data e horário, que você aparece o reloginho ali, supor que vai perguntar sobre o horário, uma gramática, outra vez um conteúdo de falar sobre o uso do relógio e o uso das datas, aproveita ali, porque aí vai aparecer o reloginho e vai aparecer o calendário.
So the icon of hours and schedule allows you to decide about the time. Ebances, o relógiozinho é para você marcar a data de entrega, é isso? Eu não entendi direito.
Também pode servir, também pode servir. Também pode servir, ok?
So you can use the schedule and the clock to establish the time or the timeline for the student to give you the test answered.
Estava completando aqui que se apagaram as respostas, né? Ok? Veamos. Ok. Ok. Nossa imagem foi para baixo, mas a gente pode tentar colocar novamente ela em seu lugar. E no final eu tento colocar a imagem em seu lugar, sim. Ok? Vamos, pessoal, só para as pessoas entenderem que também nós podemos fazer questões, questões usando vídeos que eu acho muito interessante. Vou criar outra sessão.
I'm going to create a new section, actually, and I'm going to make a question using a video.
Usando vídeos, ok? E aí vamos criar a questão, damos o símbolo aqui de mais, né? Para criar a questão, ok? Eu vou novamente ir para meu arquivo da prova, ok? Que eu tenho já pronta. Ok? Esta questão que eu vou usar, eu já tenho separado, inclusive, meus
This
links.
question I'm creating, I have already created in my files, and I'm just pasting here.
Ok. Então, eu vou colocar aqui. Como vamos inserir o vídeo? Observe aqui que nós podemos inserir o vídeo da seguinte forma.
How can I insert the video, to put the video?
Ok? Como a gente já fez a pesquisa, só vamos colocar o URL, ok? Que a gente já tinha feito a pesquisa, só vamos colocar o URL, aí apareceu, ok? E selecionar.
I had already made the research, and I got the link, the URL, the link.
Ok. Agora eu vou colocar 4 vídeos porque a questão demanda ver os 4 vídeos e depois trabalhar, responder a questão sobre esses vídeos. Okay?
I'm going to put the 4 links because the 4 videos because the student need to watch the 4 videos to answer the question.
Ok? Vou repetir o processo, né? Colar, aí ele vai localizar o vídeo, selecionamos e observe, ele já foi novamente, né? Deixa eu reduzir aqui para que vocês possam ver aí, ó. Ok? Está aparecendo o vídeo e o vídeo, ok? Usando o vídeo.
As you can see, I reduced so you can see the videos, the link.
Vou colocar novamente o outro vídeo, são 4. Ok? E vamos colocar o último. É muito importante que você faça sempre sua pesquisa antes para poder você trabalhar da melhor forma, né? Fica mais fácil.
If you make a research before, this takes much easier to do this test using the Google Forms. So getting the links as he's doing.
Ok. Então, vamos lá. Eu vou colocar aqui já a questão, né, certo? Eu vou copiar e vou levá-lo para colocar a questão aqui, colar, ok?
So I'm just pasting the questions, the question.
Ok. Vamos ver aqui. Aqui a pergunta vou fazer desta forma, copiar. Vai ser aqui. Ok, never. Aqui vamos escolher um tipo de questão de caixa de seleção. Ok? Acho que vamos usar melhor a grade de caixa de seleção. Ok? Observem que vai aparecendo do lado, né? Ok? E você vai colocar aqui, neste caso, aqui vai ser... Observe como está a questão, você vai colocar aqui. vou colocar aqui, que ele vai caçar, de fato, a resposta. Né?
Eu não peguei bem aqui. Você escolhe,
Sim.
depois que você copia aí o título da pergunta, aí você vai para a caixa de seleção para quê mesmo?
Você vai ir para escolher o tipo de questão de grade de caixa de seleção. Ok?
Sim.
Estou finalizando. Vou só colocar só um pedacinho aqui da outra questão para poder completar e mostrar aos alunos, né, o que é possível, os participantes, o que é possível fazer com nossa...
In this question, I use the box of selection to...
Okay.
So students can choose more than one.
Okay.
Bans, eles podem marcar mais de uma aí, no caso, né?
Sim, nesse caso pode marcar mais de uma, né? E aqui, só para completar aqui, só rapidinho, eu vou fazer só com duas alternativas pela questão do tempo, né? Ok? Eu vou colocar aqui para que ele possa frecuentemente. Pronto. Ok? Também você consegue fazer a obrigatoriedade para que ele possa responder. Ok? Aí você já criou sua prova. Aí a pergunta seria, e aí? Eu teria que fazer como, né? Eu teria que fazer para que ele fique mais bonito.
You could ask for how can I do this template to be more beautiful?
Ok. Observe aqui estes íconos que estão aqui em frente. Temos uma paletinha que é de cores, temos um olho que significa para você poder ver sua prova como que está, e aqui temos este tipo para que indica configurações, ok? Vou finalizar aqui explicando.
So you can see different icons that you can make your test beautiful. The eye, the colors, and...
Ok, eu escolhi a cor verde e olha como ficou a prova.
I chose the green color and look at how it was.
Também você pode colocar em sua prova uma imagem aqui, ó. Escolher a imagem que você quiser, pode colocar aí para que fique mais agradável, né? Ok?
You can choose the color, but you can also put an image in the very beginning.
Ok. Agora vamos para as configurações, que é a parte mais importante. Eu vou dar um clique aqui nas configurações, onde eu praticamente estou já finalizando o meu trabalho.
Okay, let's go to the settings. That is more important.
Ok. Observe que tem três possibilidades aqui: geral, apresentação e teste. Quando em geral você deve colocar aqui, coletar e-mails, porque na hora que você coloca, automaticamente o próprio Google Meet, Google Form, ele vai criar uma questão onde vai solicitar o e-mail dele. Também você pode colocar, limitar somente a resposta, né? Ok?
So in the setting, you have general settings and três tipos, César, três tipos de configuração.
Aqui tem três tipos de configurações: a geral, a apresentação e os testes.
Okay, we have the general, the presentation, the test, the three kinds, and you have to go to each one.
Ok, é importante que você não vá selecionar aqui, porque se você seleciona aqui, você vai permitir que o aluno possa mexer na prova que ele fez após o envio. Então, deixa sem marcar.
So, in general, we have to leave this without marking, because if you mark, the student can change the responses.
Vamos agora à parte de apresentação, onde você pode colocar na prova que apareça a barra de progresso, e também, se você quiser, pode embaralhar suas questões. Então, quando chega o momento de que um aluno pega a sua prova, avisa através para o companheiro, ele vai encontrar mudanças, a questão que era 1 passou a ser questão 2 e assim, por esse estilo, né? É bom selecionar.
Okay, go to presentation.
Okay. Agora, e com respeito aos testes, aí quando você dá o clique criar o teste, significa que você vai poder colocar um gabarito em sua própria prova, né? Isso, logicamente, isso lhe vai permitir que quando você coloca o gabarito, o mesmo Google corrige a prova para você e manda a sua nota, né?
Another important is that in the test part, you can choose the answer, the key for the questions, and the Google form corrects for you.
Aqui também é muito importante que você selecione aqui por liberar a nota posteriormente após a revisão manual para que você possa deixar tudo certinho.
So we mark here in the manual revision, so later you can revise something. You mark here, the second.
Ok. E não esquecer também de salvar, né? Para poder salvar todas as configurações aqui em cima e pronto. Nossa prova foi feita, né? E ela está no ponto.
Don't forget to save your what you did.
Ok. É muito importante também que você possa enviar essa prova, né? Observe aqui, quando você quer enviar a prova, você pode enviar através do e-mail, pode enviar através de um link, aí você vai ver que o link é muito grande. Você pode colocar o URL curto e reduz, você pode copiar e mandar pelo WhatsApp, ou mandar para onde você quiser, né? Ok?
When you save, you can have you generate a links, but the links is very big, so you can choose to reduce the link, and so you can send to WhatsApp and so.
Observe o que eu falei anteriormente, quando você solicita o e-mail, ele cria imediatamente já dentro dos dados o endereço do e-mail para que o aluno ou candidato possa responder. Isso já permite que você possa enviar um resultado para ele através da prova, né? Talvez pelo tempo a gente não consegue mostrar tudo, né? Mas eu fico muito contente de ter podido colaborar. Vou sair aqui da projeção, tá bom?
Okay, we are short of time, but I'm really glad to share this with you.
Bom, eu quero, antes de finalizar nosso trabalho, quero agradecer a toda a comissão do evento, né? Agradecer pelo convite e esperando que tenha sido de muito proveito todo o trabalho desenvolvido neste workshop, que era a criar um teste para professores de inglês ou de outras áreas, que fosse espanhol, alemão, ou a disciplina que for, permite criar esses testes da forma mais rápida. E também assim que quem consegue dominar este tools, ou esta ferramenta, ele aproveita muito e recebe suas provas já corrigidas.
Okay, thank you so much for the organization of this event. I thank for inviting me to share this, and I was thinking, preparing this to help teachers of English how to make a good test. Thank you. César, tem aqui no está acompanhando aí o pessoal agradecendo, né, dizendo que foi muito bom e querem o link do workshop. Tem um pessoal pedindo o link do workshop 1. Ok. Links will send to you later, folks. Thank you so much. And all the presentation, we are going to ask the speakers and facilitators to put this slide available, and we'll send to you. Thank you very much. And we apologize for the translation, but translating is sometimes a hard work. But thank you for listening. Você quer dizer mais alguma coisa, César? A gente já está com o tempo já.
Tá, só queria mais uma vez agradecer também a professora que estava nos acompanhando, parece que a professora o Thiago, né, que está na parte logística, né, e agradecer também a meu grande amigo Raimundo, né, Raimundinho, muito obrigado, né, thank you so much.
Você pode tirar a apresentação, pode? Você pode desabilitar, que o pessoal não está ali vendo, não.
Tá, pois tá ótimo. Um abraço e até mais.
Ok, thank you.
I ain't feeling lonely, and I wanna admit it's time to end the ride. Fading it too slowly, with those gonna lift me up this time. You were the only one who got me tripping up inside. All the words you told me, am I reading something different from your eyes? See you, for a moment even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. See you, for a moment even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer, heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going, why we gotta feel amplified. Stay till the morning, countless hours spent it by your side. You look at me, I'm soaring, seeing all the truth behind your eyes. See you, for a moment even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. See you, for a moment even hope that I can feel you. See you, all that I wanted was to tell you that I need you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Now I'm finally right here with you. Your voice is getting nearer, heart is pumping, thoughts are running wild. We got a good thing going, why we gotta feel amplified.